It's Friday, August 30th, 2024 at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. YouTube says there are 8 concurrent viewers. This is an odd stream we're doing today because no one should be watching this that didn't join us for yesterday's 8-hour playthrough. And those of you interested in the game we're playing today, War Story Occupied France, shouldn't watch this, shouldn't watch any of this, perhaps, if you plan to play it yourselves. Even if you have watched all 3 missions that we've played so far, the campaign, we finished the campaign last night in an 8.5-hour session, which brings us to about 18 hours of gameplay to play through the campaign. Today we're going to do something weird. I'm going to talk about how our campaign ended, and then we're going to replay parts of that last mission. Perhaps several times over from different places. We'll take a look at Envelope X, which is something you're allowed to open if everyone dies or when you finish the campaign. And we're going to see what kinds of effects making different decisions make. And then if the group wants to, we can look through the book a bit more and check out some other things. But I'm going to start talking imminently about the end of the campaign from yesterday. So this is your time to leave this video now if you don't want anything spoiled, because we're going to jump right into it. So here we go. Let's see if anyone hears that and leaves. I'm looking at 8 concurrent viewers, 3 likes. By the way, thank you to the viewers of this channel who like videos as soon as they join. I do appreciate that. Giving these videos a thumbs up is fun. It's fun for me to see. Okay. So let's talk about what happened yesterday. The 3rd mission of the campaign, this showdown finale, where we tried to capture the German Gestapo local leader. And we had 2 encounters, 2 tactical battles, and then some choices in between. It felt like we handled the first encounter quite well. We did quite well on it. And then as we were approaching maybe the halfway mark, a little bit past it, we had some tough decisions to make about how to attack. There were multiple ways to capture this guy, Heinrich. And we started to get a little bit on tilt about how we should go in there. We wanted to go in there one way. We got some equipment. We got a machine gun that couldn't be used indoors. We started to have some doubts. We had some interesting choices to make regarding various options. There were some meaningful choices we had to make about who to get intelligence from. We got the resistance leader's fiancé who wanted to kill this guy to join us. But when we unveiled the encounter, we decided to attack him at his villa. As soon as we unveiled it, things started to look unpleasant, like we didn't have the right team for it. And then they just got worse and worse and snowballed. And our stealth team that decided to take in Marianne tripped on a mine, blew up. The whole cover stealth was destroyed. And it was a battle. Weird things happened. Marianne, the resistance leader, went rogue, tried to kill our guy. She was mortally wounded. In this cinematic scene, she confronts him. She says, "You're not the Viper, cowering. I'm the Viper." We turn around, put a bullet in her head, our friend, because she's bound to die anyway. We didn't want our mission jeopardized. Then we try to run out the back door. We get mowed down by this German squad of 7 soldiers that are sitting back out here. For some reason, our people here were AWOL. They didn't help us. And just as we almost made it out, we got shot in the back of the head, fell down. The German Gestapo, Heinrich, took his opportunity to run for it. We had our gun expert, marksman here, take one shot at him. By that time, we had no tokens, and he just barely missed. And so we failed everything. And Bernadette died, who was one of our favorite people. And we shot Marianne. We got the worst ending in the whole campaign after 8.5 hours and left a little bit of sour taste in our mouth. The cinematic nature of it all was amazing. The fact that we brought in this resistance leader, we didn't have to bring her with us. We didn't have to bring her in the house. We just miscalculated a couple things. Okay, so things went wrong. And today we're going to try to fix that. Now, I'm happy to interact, since this is just a small group here who have played this campaign with me, who are joining me for today. I'm happy to explore different options. I have prepared, though, 4 little places to jump back in time to explore, starting from in the midst of this battle to before this battle to before we decided how to equip ourselves and what attack to take. And I think we should explore some things until we get bored and tired. But before I check in, well, let me check in with the chat, see if anyone who is here wants to speak up. I'm happy to explore things. If people want to try different things, I'm happy to go through the book and examine some other things. I think we'll leave envelope X for the very end. But I did want to talk about something that I think is interesting. I think if we had had a good final mission, we replayed mission 1 once, and we had fun replaying it. Mission 2, we did well, quite well, apparently. And so we didn't replay mission 2. Now, if we had succeeded in mission 3 last night, I don't think we'd be playing this again. I think it's just the nature of this group that once you play through a campaign and get good endings, and there's a huge amount of story, there's not much of a temptation to replay it. So I think it's, in some way, it may be lucky that we had such a chaotic, terrible end to that mission, and it felt like it was unraveling while we were playing it. We sort of knew when we shot Marianne in the head, we kind of knew we had gone off the rails, and the game gave us an opportunity, partial success, kill this guy. We thought about it, we got greedy, and we paid for it, but it was just crazy. And we knew, like, there were hints that she was gonna go off on us. Her card says if you ever leave her alone, you circle a thing. Like, we knew. The only thing that I have to, I made some complaints yesterday's stream that I think are valid. And I've talked to Dave Neal since then. I'm going to tell you a little bit about one thing he pointed out. But I told him some things that I thought could be done a little differently better, which is pretty presumptuous for me to say to Dave Neal, because Dave Neal has proven he is a master at this. But none of my objections have to do with the cinematic epic nature of things going wrong and Marianne. Like, I don't think Marianne was wrong, but it was weird that we didn't go into this house. I knew when I was sending Marianne in there, I was like, do we really want Marianne to get near him? Because she wants to kill him. But then I was like, no, clearly this is a 2-part battle. We're going to go in there, then everyone's going to go in, and then we're going to keep her away from him. It was just weird how it ended. Now, the part that I wanted to mention, though, that I think is particularly cool is that before our latest session of War Story, we played 2 boxes of a game called Undo, which is a very simple card-based game, but the whole premise of it is traveling back in time to change how a story unfolds. And it's sort of a simplistic game that has a lot going against it, but there's something very enjoyable about the idea of going back in time and fixing something. In fact, I got so enthralled by that I bought a couple more boxes of an Undo, and we're going to try some house rules. But then I went back and bought Time Stories, the new series of Time Stories, which is that Cavendish and Midsummer Night, and the other one is on the way, because I realized how fun it is to play something where you can go back in time and try to fix it. Now, I didn't like the original Time Stories, so I'm curious if I will like this one any better. But the point is that we've been getting on this kick of games that you can go back in time and fix things, and I feel like that's what we're doing today. We're sort of like a Tarantino movie. We're rewinding the tape, and we're going to see if we can do things differently to make it come out differently. So I don't view this as cheating or anything like that. I don't even review this as replaying a mission. I'm viewing today's session as sort of jumping back in time and seeing if we can do things differently and how they will turn out. And we're going to have some interesting things happen. I can tell already. I was thinking about the first jump back and whether we can solve the mission. Oh, I'm going to explain it to you in a second, what I think our first jump back should be. But I realized that the genius of this design you're going to see, because when we jump back and make one small change, it's going to ripple through, and we're going to have to do this mission differently, even a small change. And there are some big changes we can try to see. So let me show you what 4 places I've picked out for us to consider going back in time to. But let me check in with the chat first. Istara says, I feel like the med kit should have come with a skilled doctor. That med kit, we just could not make use of it. Buddha says, we should talk to the postman instead of Marianne. Melissa says, I bought both Undo games. They were interesting stories, but very light play. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, let's look at my thoughts about where we might jump back in time to. The first jump goes back just an hour before the end of our live stream, well into mission 2. And that was the minefield test. So in mission 2, we had deployed everyone. We were working our way in. We were trying a stealthy attack. The people at sea, which was Bernadette and Marianne, the resistance leader wild card, they cut through the outer fence, they snuck in past some guards, and they ran into a minefield. And they set off a mine. And then the whole place got alerted, and the whole stealth thing was thrown out the window. It was a terrible thing for us because we set this very poor gun people to get in stealthily, and then it all went wrong. And if we knew we were going to set off the alarm, we would have put our shooters trying to hit that main attack. So I thought the first thing we could replay is right from there, because something happened when we went through that minefield. We made a test to avoid the mines, and the channel pointed out, I forget who it was either Marco or DJ Moneycut, pointed out that we probably could have done a little better on that test and passed it and not set off that mine. And I can't remember what the argument was in the chat. It may have just been that they think I miscalculated something. But I'm going to explain why, of all the going back, actually this one is the most compelling to be actually a fair replay, because I'm not sure exactly how the person in the chat pointed it out, but it was too late. I thought it was too late by then. But let me show you the lead that we follow when the mine went off on us. So I'm going to set up the whole, I've made my notes to reset everything where it was. So if you agree that this is the place we start, then this is what I want to do. Okay, so now let me point out. Here is the mind test. Now, it says, check lowest awareness and identified minds and double the discarded minds. Now, Dave Neal says, he partially watched the playthrough or whatever, and he says, this is actually an errata. This is a mistake. Now, I think in fairness, it's sort of obvious, and this is what the chat picked up on. But technically, the rules are supposed to tell you when the test only refers to people at a certain position or with a certain tag in a group. So here would be a thing that says only deal with the blue people. And you can see when a test is supposed to only be about people at a certain position, it's supposed to have this letter. But this entry doesn't. So when I read this, now maybe if it hadn't been 8 hours in, I would have been a little more on my toes, but I followed the strict rules. So the strict rules would say, check the lowest awareness of everyone in the group and the identified minds. So the lowest awareness of everyone in our group was 1. But really, this should have the letter C on it, meaning only the people who are trying to break into the minefield test. And the people breaking into the minefield are Marianne and Bernadette. And actually, their lowest awareness is a 2, not a 1. So actually, we should have had a higher awareness, which still wouldn't quite get us to avoiding this mine, but it would let us use one of our remaining token to pass it, to get to the next level. And if we do that, it's possible we won't set off the mine, and that's where everything went wrong. So I suggest we restart from here. And if you agree, that's what I will reset up for us to do, to go into the minefield. Now, the reason I say this is the most fair rewind is because arguably that's an errata, according to Dave Neal. Now, I think if we were thinking about it, we would have said, hey, you should only count people at sea, but we followed the rules and that was wrong. So I think you could make a good case that this isn't even a time jump. This is sort of just the right way to play this mission. Now, I'm not at all, well, I'm going to show you. Oh, you're right. You're right. Doesn't that fall into the weird rule where we act like we need to spend 2 because we boost one person's awareness, the other person is the lowest? You are right. Well, we'll just boost the group up to 3. Let's try it. An errata is a correction. It's not uncommon in games that have lots of story like this one, where after it's released, the designers realize there's a mistake. So that's errata. Okay, so Jonathan, you're right, though, that we don't have enough skills to boost them both. But, oh, no, that's not right. Because the rules are let Bernadette go by herself. The rules let Bernadette go by herself to cut the mines. So we should treat it as Bernadette solo is doing the mines. So we will just boost her awareness. But either way, that's what I suggest we do. Okay, so let's set up for that. All right, so according to my notes, rewatching, we've got our we're not gonna allow ourselves to make different decisions before the mine. We're just gonna carry on from the mine. So that means that our machine gunner is still here with 4. This was, if we were to do this over again, we wouldn't do this because we know she's got overkill on awareness. This guy needs it. So we're keeping all our old mistakes, though, prior to the minefield. We're not letting ourselves change anything there. Okay, tokens. We had 2 guns and 1 skill. And then we had our people positioned. So Odile was at A. Bernadette was at C with Marianne. Our blue shooter was here with his Lee Enfield rifle. Green, which is Christian, is here. We've got Bernadette with the grenade, which we also failed to use, and the med kit. All right, now red cubes for enemy soldiers. We had 6 in the north, 2 in the west, 2 in the east. Sorry, 6 in the north, 2 west, 2 east, 2 south. And we had disarmed 2 mines already. Okay, and then I printed out new sheets for us. So let me just set ourselves up here. Maybe we can just leave these blank, but we were in the evening. Can you see this? Yes, we're in the evening. Our security level was 12. Does anything else need to be put back? Or does that capture security level 12? Oh, our tags. Okay, so we had K, L, M, and S were tagged. And then down here, this stuff doesn't matter till score, so I'm not going to bother filling that in. But I believe this is our reconstructed state. I think that's it. Okay, now I guess we should check out this minefield to make sure I've got that right. Let's see, I'll put this over here and I can keep this here. All right. Let me make sure I have the mines properly done. So 197 is where I said we would restart. Check the lowest awareness. Okay, so let's just rewind a little bit more before 197 to make sure we understand what led us to this mind test. We'll see how much we're having to back up here. 186. Okay. So this was Jonathan's point. So we started at 186. Let's see. Okay, you move carefully, trying not to be seen. We've jumped in time back here, trying not to be seen while also getting as many of the mines as possible. So if the number of identified mines exceeds the stealth of your blue agent. Okay, so this is when we said Bernadette was going to do this on her own. So she made her blue. Her stealth is 3. the identified mines were only 2, so nothing. Number of identified mines. Okay, it doesn't. And then we disarmed a number of mines equal to the technical of your blue agent. Move that number of black cubes. So that was 2. From the identified, so we identified, that's what happened. We identified 2, and then we moved 2 to disarmed. And then it does say we regroup. Okay, so Bernadette is now back with Marianne, officially. So, technically, Jonathan has a point that if we go by the way we've been playing, which is that we've got 2 disarmed, double the disarmed mines, that's 4. There's no additional identified mines, so that's 4. So now we're supposed to add our lowest awareness. And our lowest awareness is 2 instead of 1. So 4 plus 2 is 6. So that gets us here. We'd have to bump up by 1. We do have a skill, but as Jonathan points out, the official rules, I believe, the proper rules, should be that we'd have to bump up both Marianne and Bernadette to get to this 7. Like 1 we could use to bump up Bernadette to a 3 awareness, but then we'd have to bump up Marianne, which we don't have. But we're going to say, because there's also some disagreement in the group or some confusion about whether I'm doing that right or making it too harsh. But I believe that is going to be right. But anyway, we're going to let ourselves boost this up to 7. We're going to pretend that Bernadette is going to go ahead and do this on her own. So 2 awareness plus 1 plus 4 gets us to 7. I believe that makes some sense. All right, so DJ says we might have been better off using our boost to identify more mines. It's true, actually. That might be an easier way to rewind it. So if we rewind it to improve, let's say instead we don't have to cheat. We'll use our 1 skill at this step here to identify an additional mine by boosting Bernadette's technical up to 3. So if we do that, then there's an identified mine and 2 disarmed. Okay, this is going to work. This is going to work. And then when we go to 197 and we add these values, we've got 2 plus 1 is 3 plus 4 is 7. Okay, so we did it. We just had to use our skill to identify 1 more mine. Good. Okay, here we go. We've jumped back in time. We've identified 1 extra mine that's going to be there when we get out. A little scary, but now we are going to jump to 433. We are in a new alternate reality now. Unfortunately, we've also spent a skill token. All right, is everybody with me? Are you ready to see what's happening in this alternate reality? For all we know, the mine's going to explode right now on us anyway. But I think you're going to see, this is going to be part of the genius of this game. I think we're going to quickly see some rippling effects that are going to be interesting. Okay, so 433. Okay. $4.33. Come on. I really got to figure out why my markers are more sensitive these days. One of you cannot help but emit a small cry as their foot almost lands on a live mine you hadn't noticed, and they tumble backwards onto the ground. You hold your breath and duck low. To your immense relief, no mine goes off. But a flashlight from a guard sweeps briefly in your direction before moving on. Move one red cube from the north to the east and one from north to the west. Okay, so one came down here, one came down here. And then it says add a black cube to the identified mine area. So one more black mine was identified but didn't go off. All right. And now to entry 215. So we're managed to avoid triggering a mine. Now, whether these Germans are going to see us now, I don't know. But I realized something, that's this event of not triggering the mine, already I can see one major ripple ramification that's going to dramatically change how this plays out. And what is that dramatic change? If you remember in yesterday's playthrough, the mine went off, injured Marianne, and then Marianne got injured again on the way in. She was mortally wounded. At that point, we were like, we could shoot her in the head, she's going to die anyway. But now that the mine hasn't gone off on Marianne, I don't see how we can shoot her if she's not going to die. That means we're not going to be able to shoot Marianne. It would be totally immoral. So that's going to change how things unfold here. All right. So let's turn to 215 and read what happens and if we get caught here anyway. Okay. 215 says, you reach the smaller second fence. I really don't understand why my cubes are not working today very well. Maybe it doesn't like it on that screen. Okay, you reach the smaller second fence. If R is circled, it isn't, but S is. So 203. With the information from Bella about the patrols, you've managed to time it so there aren't any guards nearby other than the two at the back door. You approach cautiously, aiming to take them down before they realize what is happening. So we sent two stealthy people in. We've got a 3 and a 2, so our lowest is 2. So we presumably pass it, which lets us go to 459. Well, I wonder if we're going to be able to get in here with some stealth. The other problem is Marianne has a non-silenced pistol. So when she shoots this guy, it's going to bring them all in, unfortunately. It was really a terrible mistake to bring Marianne in here, but that's on me. It is more interesting this way, though. Okay, 459. You creep as close as possible and prepare to fire. At that moment, one guard turns his head towards you, only to be given a brief glimpse down the barrel of a well rod. You enter the villa. Remove both red cubes from the south. All right, so this didn't happen before, but we got lucky this time. So we managed, that was lucky that we didn't have a check. We were able to kill these two guards. Okay. Then we turn to 560. Now, last time, remember, the reason the general was downstairs was because he heard all the commotion. So now he's going to be up in bed sleeping, I think. It says turn to entry 560. So we may have to find him now. Okay. Move one red cube from the north to the east and one from the north to the west. So I guess they're gradually making their way down. I'm going to go ahead and do that. One to the west, one to the east. If you have agents at position B and or D, we do. So we go to 526. Your fellow B and D. Okay, this is talking about, they're talking about how Bernadette got in. Bernadette and Marianne have made it inside the villa, but patrols are moving to the south where they might find the bodies of the guards at the door. To prevent an alarm being raised, you can try to eliminate them silently before that happens. Remove red cubes from the west equal to your total silenced firearm at B -1. So the total silenced firearm at B is a 2. However, we have 2 tokens, so we could make it better. -1. So by default, we would just remove 1. And then east is total silenced long-range firearms at position D, which is 0. So we certainly can't get rid of everyone. So I guess we're not going to use our firearm. Well, total silence -1. I mean, it's a pretty cheap way to kill these soldiers. We can get rid of 1 per thing. It's hard to kill people 1 firearm per, but we may need those firearms. Like, it's a very efficient way to kill these off. Every firearm token we spend gets rid of an extra one. So it's a very efficient way to kill these guys, but I'm afraid we might need those firearms for Heinrich. So I'm inclined to not use them. One of the things about just jumping back in time is we're not going to spend our normal hour-long planning, because this is more about seeing what happens. Okay, so I'm just gonna not use any tokens and kill off 1 guard, but that probably means they're gonna alert now. So maybe this silenced thing is not gonna, these guys are inside, by the way. Maybe we didn't stop the silenced for more than a turn, but let's see. Any cubes remain? Yes, a whole bunch remain. Turn to entry 503. Okay, it looks like the alarm just went off. So we really didn't save ourselves much by sneaking in. Patrol discovers the bodies at the back and raises the alarm. Move all red cubes from the east and west to the south. Okay, so everyone here heads back. Everyone on the east and west goes to the south. And they've raised the alarm. Now it's as if X is circled, which it isn't. If X is circled, if you have agents at position A, which we do, that's the machine gunner, 379. Okay, 379. Let me just make sure I did that right. Five, is it 379? 503. 379. Okay. If Z is circled, which it isn't, we check the highest awareness at A, which we've got in overkill. That brings us to 413, which is when we spot the half track. So we did all this before. We check our total firearms. This is Odile with her 2 plus 4 machine gun, but she must use it in pairs. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just redoing the same thing we did before, which I think we want to do the same thing as we did before because we need to disable this half track. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And there's not much use for this machine gun afterwards since she's all the way up here. So she spends the entire machine gun to destroy the half track, which goes to 509. Your attack is vicious and on target. Half track struggles to hit you despite sending a rain of machine gun bullets in your direction. Give an injury to one agent at A. Okay, so that's Odile getting injured. With the stealth of 1, which is what she has. Remove 3 red cubes from the half track. So it was a half track with 5 in it. Patrolling around, and we just killed 3 of them. Only 2 remain. Then if P is circled, which it isn't, if you have agents at B and or D, which we do, we go to 455. Better way to need to leave this on the table here. 455. So this is all replaying stuff that's happened before. Okay, now, this time though, the alarm is raised. Here. Guards from the front are running around the east and west towards the back. It's your job to stop as many of these as possible. B and D are saying this, okay. Move all red cubes from the east and west to the south, and all from the north they split up, okay. So east and west have already moved to the south, and now the north splits up east and west. If you have an agent at position B, which we do, for every 2 points of firearms, get rid of a red cube. So we've got 2 firearms here, so we're getting rid of this 1 red cube from the west. If you don't have an agent, oh, sorry, we did that. If you have an agent at position D, for every 2 points, discard a red cube from the south. Okay, so D is a 3-level firearms. So we would, sorry, D here is a 3-level firearm. So we could remove 1 cube from the south, or we could spend a token to remove 2. is a pretty cheap way, but are we going to need that firearm is my fear. Any thoughts? I think we should keep our firearms for story for after we get it. Even though it's a little inefficient, I'm nervous about using it and needing it. Whereas this feels like it's just a little bit of attrition. All right, so I'm not going to use any of our 2 firearm tokens. I'm just going to have him take 1 shot, kill 1 person. I'm not sure if that's the right thing. Anytime you can kill 1 enemy with just 1 token, it seems useful. But no one's injured. Let's save it. We could come to regret this, but we'll see it. Okay, and now we go to 475. Okay, here we go, back to Bernadette. You sweep through each room of the villa at speed in search of Heidenreich. In the 3rd room, you find him, standing by a window, a cigar lightly clutched in his shaking hand. The sound of gunfire is audible all around the villa, and Heidenreich has clearly been attempting to see what is going on. When he notices you, his jaw drops. You fools! I have guards everywhere! But his voice falters. He realizes he's unarmed and helpless. And something else occurs to him. My wife, he says. She is upstairs. I do not know whether you are here to kill me or take me captive, but whichever it is, leave her alone. If all agents at positions here are mortally wounded, no. If X is circled, no. If L is circled, yes. So 479. So this is, we've been here before. Is Marianne with your group? Yes, she is, unfortunately. Is she there alone? No. Okay, but she's there. 519. All right, here we go. We've seen this story before. It's so cool that we've jumped back in time. The above was referencing B, not D. I'm not sure. Are you telling me that something needs to be fixed? Or... No, I don't think you are. Earlier comment. Okay, fine. So 519. I mean, it is very cool. It feels different. It doesn't feel like we're replaying this game. It feels like we've jumped back in time to fix this situation and have it unfold differently. Herr Heidenreich, Marianne steps forward, and Heidenreich looks at her with a puzzled expression. Do I know you, Fräulein? He asks. You knew my fiancé, Felix Aubin. Aha! You are Herr, the one who swore revenge. And now I'm thinking, Marianne continues, is the Viper of Vaillant really here, cowering behind a score of guards? No, that's far too pathetic, Herr Heidenreich. Vipers do not cower away. They strike without mercy. Marianne raises her pistol. You are not the Viper. I am, she says, pointing her pistol at Heidenreich, wanting her revenge. She's not injured. She's at her full health. Now we've faced with the same decision we were faced yesterday. We can let her shoot him. We can shoot her. or we can try to lunge at her to disarm her. Now, if we lunge at her, I think there's a very good chance that he is going to run away. And I do not see how we shoot Marianne at full health. So I think it's time to not be greedy in this timeline and just let her put a bullet right in him. Let's not mess around with this timeline. This is the timeline where we're going to make sure this guy is good and dead. So what do we think? Is everyone comfortable with letting her put a bullet right in this guy's head? Let's take a little vote here. I think we don't mess around with this timeline. Let her shoot him. We'll shoot him too. And F the orders to try to capture him. It's too difficult to capture him. We might jump back in time and try to capture him after this. But I think for this playthrough, where we're in this villa, and there's a lot of bad guys after us, I think it's time to let him be killed. Buddha wants to try to lunge. DJ Moneycut says, if we had more agents here, I would say lunge. Yeah, I agree with you. If we had multiple agents, then sure. We could let one lunge while one keeps an eye on Heidenreich, but we don't. We don't. It's just Bernadette. It's just Bernadette alone. And she has poor firearms skills too. So, and 2 awareness, I just don't see how we can lunge. DJ Moneycut says, give her revenge. We can always jump in time. But Jonathan says, seems like, let me get up. I gotta remember to go to this screen here. Jonathan says, seems like we're gonna have the same outcome if we try to take him with us. So I guess let her get her revenge. Revenge, revenge, revenge. And I say revenge. Okay. So that's what we're going to do here. We can experiment in different timelines with trying to capture him. But this timeline, we're not going to mess around. All right, to let Marianne shoot Heidenreich, entry 141. All right, Marianne. Go ahead. Get your revenge. Where's Heidenreich? That's him right there. And Marianne walked right up to him. Okay. 141. Maybe we'll circle this in case we want to come back and do something differently. Here we go, new timeline. With a single shot to the forehead, the Nazi leader's reign over the Vallée de Vaillant comes to an end. Now you just need to escape. To the north of the villa, the exit's blocked by a large gate, and you glimpse snipers in small towers to the side. Your only option is to try to get back out the way you came in. You move to the south door and look outside, guns at the ready. Mark the primary objective a partial success. Okay, so he's dead. That's a partial success. Primary objective, partial success. Okay, now it says if P is circled, which it's not, Otherwise, read on. How many red cubes are on the half track? Okay, so only 2 because we blew it up with the machine gun, remember? So, entry 151. Thankfully, the half track has been prevented from returning to the villa, and you won't have to face it. Gritting your teeth, you step outside. Any red cubes to the south of the villa represent the guards you must fight your way through to escape. Okay, so there are 6 there. For every 2 points of firearms at sea, discard 1 of the red cubes to the south. Okay, so for each 2 points of firearms at position C, this is Bernadette and Marianne. Bernadette and Marianne add up to having 2 firearms. So we would get rid of 1 cube from the south. We could use both of our things to get rid of 1 more, but I don't think we should. So just 1 red cube I'm going to get rid of. Maybe, I mean, we could spend 2 more to get rid of this. Should we stop holding on to these, or do we hope to use them? Still unsure about this, but okay. Well, let's look ahead. It says, how many red cubes are at the villa? 4 or 5, 6. So we could, if we kill 1 more, get this down to the lowest number. But we then run out of our last guns. What if we need them for Heidenreich? Oh, Heidenreich's dead. Okay, let's use these 2 then to get rid of 1 more cube. Now there's only 4. So we would trigger this one, entry 222. I guess there's no point in holding them forever. You reach the small fence bordering the minefield. Now we're going to have to get past the mines that there's some still active. If Heidenreich is with you, no, just his soul is in our pocket. Otherwise, 226. Looks like we didn't really have to fight those people much. Check the lowest awareness at position C. So we're still only doing position C. This was one of my complaints, that it feels like this whole game became position C at some point. Lowest awareness at position C, that's a 2. They're both 2s. Plus the number of identified mines, which are 2, and double the number of disarmed mines. So 2 plus 2 plus 4 is 7. Sorry. 2 plus 2 plus 4 is 8. So we actually lucked out because we identified 2 mines. We double this. So 4 plus 2 is 6 plus 2 awareness is 8. That one act of identifying 1 extra mine rippled through. It let us sneak through without blowing a mine. It let us get out of here without blowing more mines, it looks like. It let Marianne live. It forced us to not shoot her. Okay, so 234. We made it past the minefield. You cross the minefield and leave through the gap in the fence, signaling to the rest of your team to withdraw. If Heidenreich is with you, nope, he's dead. Otherwise, 218. Soon you're all a good distance away and ready to report back. You didn't manage to capture Heidenreich, but you did succeed in killing him. So, partial success, and that's it. So, that one tiny change in identifying one extra mine, well, and then not killing Marianne, and accepting that we were only going to get, that we were going to have to kill this guy, made this whole escape a cakewalk. No one got injured. We just walked out. I mean, it makes some sense. Trying to capture him alive is very difficult. Feels like we might have actually been able to capture him alive in this scenario. We could retry it if you wanted to rewind. But let's read what outcome we got at 599. I mean, capturing someone alive is always going to be harder than just killing them. Okay, so it says if any survived, then you get secondary objective success. We just had to survive. We're playing the campaign, so 600. This told us how to score. So if we just look at how we scored it on our first playthrough, we got 15 points for mission 1, 20 points for mission 2, and then mission 3, we got 20 points for a partial success, plus 10, that's 30, and plus 10 is 40. Giving us a total score, 40 plus 20 plus 15 is 75. This should be 30 and 10. So our total score now for the campaign was 75. Okay, if you had a success in the primary objective, no. Partial success, yes. Score is bigger than 70, yes. So 474. That's pretty good, I feel. Okay, let's read how the story unfolds now that we've done that. The days following Heidenreich's assassination were tense and uncertain, while many in Moret felt a sense of relief at the removal of the dreaded Gestapo commander. Others felt a surge of trepidation, dreading potential retaliation. As the German forces started to crack down on the local population, trying to identify everyone who assisted the operation, the Maquis saw it as an opportunity. Such a myopic focus on retaliation left the Germans exposed elsewhere. Led by the cunning and ruthless Jacqueline Albin, they increased their attacks wherever they found a weakness in the German defenses, sabotaging supply routes, disrupting communications, and recruiting ever more locals to their cause. The whispers of potential liberation, although guarded, began to resonate in the villages and hamlets of Moret. Furthermore, the loss of a prominent figurehead for the Gestapo in Moret gave people hope that broader change was coming, and as the summer of 1944 approached, there was the sense that liberation for France was at hand. For instructions on how to replay. So there you have it. So a pretty good outcome from making that one tiny change in history to the minefield. Had some ripple effects. We let Marianne shoot him. So why don't we take a break here, and then we'll come back and we'll discuss what you guys want to do. Do you want to see what would happen if we lunged at Marianne? We could rewind to that. Do you want to try getting the explosives and ambushing the car and capturing him that way? Or should we just stop jumping back in time and call it even? Maybe that's a lesson to time travelers. Like, once you get a pretty good outcome, maybe you should leave the time stream alone. I don't know. We'll decide when we get back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just gone back in time and found a better reality where we killed this guy and got a pretty good score. And now we're going to explore a little bit more. I've rewound a little bit. I've put the people we shot back. And we're going to do now a couple things, not by replaying, but just by reading a little bit. So I'm very curious what would have happened if we lunged at Marianne to stop her from shooting him. So I want to read that, but I'm not saying we need to replay it all. So I don't want to shoot her in the head. I think that's totally unreasonable for us to do since she's not even injured. But I don't see why we can't try to lunge. Now I suspect by lunging, our Heidenreich is going to get away, but maybe he's going to run for it and we'll have a chance to shoot him in the back or wound him. I don't know, but let's try it. So Bernadette is the only agent here, so she's going to have to try to lunge at Marianne. So now we're going to go to 491. Marianne, don't shoot him. I must. You leap towards Marianne, aiming to grab her pistol and disarm her. Check the awareness of the blue agent. It's a 2. We can't boost it. We have no skills to boost. So 517. Sure would be nice if we had some more skill tokens. You grab the pistol just as it goes off and you feel a jolt in your arm. Give an injury to the blue agent. So Bernadette just got injured. And then regroup, meaning Bernadette and Marianne are together. You fall to the ground, clutching the pistol. Marianne roars, lunging toward Heidenreich, but you train your gun on her, forcing her to stop. For a moment, she stares at you, her eyes dark holes of rage. Then she turns and runs from the room. Discard card 31 and 32 and Marianne. So Marianne has now left. If all agents in position C are mortally wounded, otherwise go to 239. Okay. Wow, he didn't run away, huh? You will treat me with respect, Heidenreich says. I may be your prisoner, but I am still criminal commissar. Your derisory laugh is evidently not what the Gestapo commander was expecting in response, and his eyes narrow in anger. Move half the red cubes from the east side to the south and half from the west side to the south. So I think I didn't rewind everything because I didn't think this was going to go so smoothly, but I think I haven't reset this perfectly. But I think basically these were in the north, so I think we've kind of already done that. I mean, I think this is already reflects that. And then 241, draw card 10. This is Heidenreich himself. I'm tempted to play this out a little and see if we can't get him back. Okay, so here he is. We're choosing, let's see, choose one agent to escort him. Now, here's another little thing that could use some errata, I guess, of some sort. Like, this says choose one agent. Can we give anyone this card, or do we have to assign it to Bernadette? Because she's the only one in C. It doesn't say. But surely it has to be Bernadette. It would make no sense for anyone else to be there. So I'm going to give him to Bernadette. Okay, now we just have to escape. If P is circled, it isn't. How many red cubes are on the half track? That's 2. So 151. That's the thankfully. Everything's fine. Any red cubes in the south are who you'll have to face. So there's 6 there now. For every 2 points of firearms at C, discard 1 of the red cubes to the south. So she's just got 1 firearm. I think we're going to spend 1 of these now to get rid of 1 of these. We're going to try to knock this down if we can. And then 128. See how hard it is to actually get out of here with this guy. How many red cubes remain to the south? More than 2, so 136. This is our escape. So because she was wounded stopping Marianne, she's gonna get killed right here. But she actually doesn't die. She just becomes mortally wounded. But let's use this right when we walked out the door that we almost forgot to give +2 firearms to take off one more cube from here. So right when she burst through, she threw her grenade. Unfortunately, she can't use her med kit on herself because it needs skills. Okay, so now she becomes mortally wounded. Now the rule is she's still alive. She's just mortally wounded. She will die at the end of this encounter, but she can still guard Heidenreich. Is that right? Let me see. Escort cannot use fire. Oh, escort cannot use firearms tokens. Okay, so we used one when we couldn't, so we have to put a red back. Okay, fine. Okay, that's fine. Escort cannot use firearm tokens. Escort cannot be changed. But she's still alive. We're getting close to the fence. We hear a sound at the minefield. Any red cubes from east and west to the south side. Extra guards. If all agents are mortally wounded. Okay, all agents aren't. At C they are, but otherwise we read on. How many red cubes are on the south? More than 4, 149. Crouched in a tree. The guards are starting to encircle you. It's now or never. With your heart racing, you make a last dash for the fence. And then we hear the guns. How many red cubes are there to the south of the villa? The mortally wounded check was for C. I'm not sure that that's true. I'm not sure that that's true. Boy, I wish I had recorded where I jumped from. I don't think it said this is what you get when you don't write down notes. I'm just going to assume it's not true. Oh, I've forgotten where I was. The C symbol was at the start of the entry. Can you tell me what entry number it was? What entry number was it? This is why you have to write down every entry you read. Because inevitably 136. Okay. Let's see if that's true then. Well, you're right. There is the C right there. Give an injury to any one person at C, which mortally wound her. All agents are mortally wounded. Okay, I guess that's it. So then he's going to make a run for it. That's it. He doesn't even make a run for it. It's just death. Okay, so we tried to capture him and bring him out, and we failed, mainly because Marianne shot her gun, and it injured us. Ridiculous. All right. Well, we couldn't get him out, even in this timeline. All right, we're done with the villa. Now, Jonathan wanted us to check the maid. Remember, we talked to the maid. She said she could let us in if we go right now. So Jonathan was curious. Okay, what was the number for 758, says Jonathan. Okay, so if we talk to the maid and she says, I was just going to feed them dinner, and we say, bring us. Okay, it's not 758. There is no 758. So what number was the maid? If I wrote it down in our previous playthrough. I don't see it. What was the number of the maid? 136 the other one. It was when we visited Pascal's toy shop. Was it Pascal's toy shop? No, it was the forest. No, the forest was, it was Pascal's. 478. Okay, 478. So we talked to the maid. She says, I am actually just going to dinner now. Could you help us get in? So the highest influence and second highest was a 5, and we had a skill token, and we chose not to use it to convince her to let us in. I believe that's right. So we are going to use our skill token to get a 6 to go to 273, I guess. Okay, let's see what happens if she tries, if we convince her to get us in. Now, remember, the reason I didn't want to do this, I thought she would be too nervous and they'd catch her at the gate. Let's see. We heard you have a grievance against Heidenreich. You continue. Bella nods. He hurt someone I care about. Well, you say, if we succeed in our mission, he'll be gone from here, one way or the other, and it could shift the whole balance of power in this area away from the Germans. But this is our only chance. If we fail, the Valais de Vaillant will be left to its fate. Bella thinks for a few moments and then says, but what can I do? You reach into your pack and pull out a small bottle. If you can, put this in the food for the guards. Don't worry, it won't kill anyone. We know that would incriminate you and the other kitchen staff, and we've no desire to bring down repercussions on you. It will just make them drowsy, nothing more. That won't cast suspicion on you, but it will make our task much easier. She takes the bottle and nods. I only serve some of them, so I cannot give this to them all. That's okay, just as many as you can. You're sure that for a flicker of a moment, a malicious smile flashes across Bella's lips, and you realize she may have her own reasons for wishing harm on Heidenreich's guards. Suddenly, you see determination appear in her eyes. She clearly has an inner strength belied by her anxious demeanor. I'll do it, she says. You have my word. And with that, she turns and walks away into the trees. Circle R. So, yeah, it sure sounded like we were going to get in the car and leave with her right now, but instead she's poisoning them, which is going to remove some of the guards. I mean, that would have been probably been a no-brainer for us. We probably would have gone for it, but let me point out, if we had, we wouldn't have the skill token that let us cut past the mines. So we would have triggered the mines. So you can see how a tiny change in decision here to use this token to get this would mean we wouldn't have that token to get over the mines. We would have blown ourselves up and the guards would be coming, but maybe not many guards because they'll have been drugged. Okay. What's next? There was a postman we could have asked. Let me get out my sheet here at my 4 places I thought we could time jump. So we time jumped to the minefield and succeeded. We had to kill him. We could rewind to the beginning of this villa encounter and try to play it differently by assigning people differently. We definitely could do this better. But I don't see much of a reason to do this again, because we know how this basically unfolds. The most logical place for us to try something different would be right when we go into the toy shop. We could avoid meeting. Oh no, we need to. Mary Ann. This is where we met the maid. We already had Mary Ann, but the maid can tell us about the bridge, and we could choose to go to the empty house to get explosives. Or we could rewind it to before we even picked up Mary Ann and said, we don't need Mary Ann. She's just going to get in our way. So the question is, does the group want to sit here for an hour and try to blow up the car as a totally separate, different way to accomplish this? And then we could play either one of these and go to get the explosives. And maybe if we decide to do that, it might be more interesting to not take Mary Ann, knowing that she's just trouble. Let me set up for this. I would understand if some of you want to leave now. I think that would be completely reasonable. Let me just set up for this, though. It's early morning. We don't have Mary Ann. Everyone's at full health. If I do this, I'll do it quick and dirty. We don't have Heidenreich. We don't have the machine gun or the binoculars. We do have the grenade, though. We have 3 skill. So for those of you who want to drop out now, we have 3 skill, 1 gun, but we're about to get more from the safe house. We have none of the tags. We have 10 security, not 12. Okay, so the question is what cards you have. So if there are people who want to dip out now, do you want to look at envelope X first? No, we can't do that. You just got to miss it. You'll watch it on the tape. Okay, so we just have our core 4 group. John says, we still need to talk to Marianne or the maid to learn about the bridge. Yes, that's absolutely right. But I think we can talk to the maid. I think the maid can give us the bridge. I don't think we need Marianne for the bridge. I think the maid gives it to us. I'm fairly certain, but if that turns out not to be true, then we'll fix that. But we've got the safe house. We'll try to do this quick and dirty, and you'll tell me. So safe house has 2 things on it. Pascal's toy shop was this entry. Then there's an empty house. There was also the town, but we're going to pretend we're not doing the town, so I don't even have to put it out. I believe that's what we have here. And then what did we do? What we did was we went here right away twice. We picked up these 2 tokens. We got rid of this card, and now it became late afternoon. When it was late afternoon, that's when we went to Pascal's. I'm just going through this quickly because we know we're going to recreate most of this. Okay, so this should be Pascal asking us who. Oh no, sorry. Before we do that, we have to meet Jacqueline and decide about Marianne. Okay, so that's 5:30. Let's do that. This is done. We don't have any of this. Okay, so let's do this visit again. So we've just finished the first encounter. We've blown up the petrol station, and we're in this situation. Now, when we played this on our first time jump, this is our last time jump we're going to do. So if you stick with me for this, this is going to be it. Okay, so we did this. We blew up the train station, the petrol station, and now we've got a choice. We can ask about Marianne or ask about information about Heidenreich. So we're not going to deal with Marianne. We're just going to completely ignore her. She's a troublemaker. Now, she does tell us a little bit about the villa, but I think we can get that information from the maid. I'm hoping. If we don't, we'll have to back this up. So instead, we're going to go here and ask directly about our guy. 363. Try to go through this quickly. We don't have any mines. We're going to just avoid Marianne. Maybe she's going to pop up on her own. But let's see if we can avoid her. Ha! Jacqueline replies when you ask about Heidenreich. I wish I had an easy answer for you. The Viper is paranoid and difficult to get to. He manages his personal security himself and oversees every detail. Getting him alone will be almost impossible. In the end, you're going to have a tough fight. There's no way around that. You should seek help from Pascal at the toy shop in Vaillant, but go in the afternoon, not the morning. Ah, this is all useless. We figure that ourselves out. You head into, as soon as the thing, you see a German thing. Okay, we're going to undo this. We're going to meet Marianne because this is giving us information we already figured out. So I'm going to back up. Never mind. We don't want to talk to you. Let's talk to Marianne, 183. But we're not going to let her come with us. But let's just see what other different choices we have for Marianne. All right, this is clearly the more interesting one. We heard your son's fiancée, Marianne, vowed revenge. I feel sadly. If we knew where to find her, she says, I can get a message and arrange to meet her. And that's it. So she said, the forest. Late this afternoon, go to the forest, make a left at the fork. Okay, so this is what brings out the forest. Which is here. Okay, fine. 18, 22, 27, 28. 27, 28 is already out. That's the empty house. Town hall, we're not going to be going to. And 37 is the toy shop. Fine. Okay, so now it's morning. So we went to the, where did I put that card? We went to the safe house. We got our extra gun and skill from the safe house token and moved time along to the afternoon. We're going to meet Jacqueline. We must have gone to Jacqueline first. 473. And she didn't advance time. We went to one of these. Can't remember which one we went to first. Let me just go to, we went to the forest first. It does not advance time. Okay, good. All right, so we're going and meeting with Marianne, which we did before, but now we're going to choose different things here. All right, let's see how Marianne reacts when we don't want her to come with us. She says she's going to kill him. We say he'll kill you. It's not going to work. She says, I'll take that risk. Okay, could you tell us what you know of him? Now, check the lowest influence is 1. Whether she can trust us. And we paid a skill to get into the 2. I don't think we need her information, but all right, let's pay 1 to get it. If we need it, let's see. I'll just put this off to the side. Maybe we need it. 581. Okay, I believe you. I believe you are who you say you are, she says. She gives us information. He moved to a villa, which is well guarded. It could be possible to get him there, or on his journey between his villa and the town hall, he has an armored convoy. That's where we learned about the armored convoy. Circle K and draw 29. That's going to be his villa. But I think we get this information from the maid. I don't think we need Marianne to give us this information. Okay. So, but when we played, we asked her to join. Now we're going to say, no, thank you. 447. So we don't want her to join us. We haven't discovered the bridge, so I don't think we really needed that information from Marianne. I think the maid is going to give it to us. Well, she did tell us about the armored convoy. Okay, thank you for your help, Marianne, we say. And good luck. And then it says, throw out the forest. If J is circled, advance time, which it's not. So we didn't advance time. Okay, then we went to Pascal's workshop in the evening, which is 5:16. We still haven't heard about the bridge, which we need to. If H is circled, which it's not, so we go to 496. We meet Pascal. Is L circled? That might be Marianne. It's not, so we go to 497. He says, in any case, they're not suspicious of me. I've got nothing. I've got ways of doing things. He says, I can arrange a meeting with one of our informants. Wait, what? I don't remember this choice. Maybe we chose informant. Maybe we did give us, maybe we did have this choice, but we choose 145. I guess we still want 144. I just didn't remember that he had combat support to give us. So an informant is 145. Unless it branched differently. Yes, okay. So here's, must have been the same thing as before. So here we have a choice. Now, we chose the maid, who we still want because we need the bridge information, but I wonder if the postman knows about the bridge. Do you think? Shall we just peek? Let me peek and see if he knows about the bridge. Oh, it's hard to know here. 37 replaces 30. Just gonna walk through this postman thing, see what postman has to tell us. 37, that's the card we got before somehow. That's, oh, that's his different. If K is circled advanced time, which it is. So time advances either way. But look, there is something different now. Sorry. Last time when we played, when we got to this point, we had M circled. That's Marianne, I guess. This time, though, we don't. So it's forcing us to read 399. I guess Marianne's going to jump out or something. Look at this. Marianne, that would, M is if Marianne joins us, but look at it now. The sound of gunfire echoes across the Vallée de Vaillant, coming from the vicinity of Town Hall. You later learn the reason. Marianne, the fiancée of Felix Aubin, who was killed by Heidenreich. The fiancée who was killed attempted to assassinate Heidenreich as he left the town hall to return home. She did not succeed and was gunned down by his security detail, bringing an end to the story of Marianne and Felix. Okay, so just a cool little story element at this point. Okay. Now, then time advanced. He set up a meeting. He says, come back this evening. We already went to the forest to meet Mary Ann, if we want to. And then 37 is the new toy shop. And time has advanced into the evening. So this is when we come back and meet around back. 357. Now we're going to meet the maid or the postman, depending on what we want. That's based on whether K is circled. Okay, the shop is dark. There's no sign of anyone. Wait. No. That's not right. He says, he tells us to come back. Tells us to come back to the toy shop this evening to meet the postman. Don't go to the shop, go behind the shop. Oh, discard 37 and get 30. I did the opposite. Discard 37 and draw 30. Okay, so the new Pascal shop is getting rid of 37 and getting the alternate Pascal shop. Where is the alternate of Pascal's shop? $20. Is this it? It says 30. Maybe it's not out. I see. Okay. So it's depending on who we want to meet. So this is the card when we met the maid. And this is the card if we want to meet the postman. Okay, we're going to look at the postman. If he doesn't give us the bridge, we're going to rewind and visit the maid. Okay, so postman says 267. Postman says, short rat like man, 30 years old, delivering mail for the Gestapo. What can you tell us? You have a wish for death? There's a section of wall collapsed in place with wire fencing where you could cut through to sneak in. Talking about the town hall. Guard opens the rear gate. I drive into the loading area. Then I report to another guard in a small adjoining office. He comes out with me and we unload deliveries. Are there any other guards? Not in the delivery area. Normally just one beyond the door. He'd be distracted. We say, could you sneak us in? He says, no. I don't think so. We could try to persuade him or otherwise. Okay, we don't want this. We don't want this path of attacking the town hall. This is not the timeline we've been looking for. So we're going to jump from this timeline to meet the maid instead, which is what we did last time. Okay. When we talk to the maid, she tells us about the villa and gives us a map of the bridge, 1929 and 44. So 1929, which is the one that Marianne gave us. So we didn't really need to talk to Marianne at all. So I'm going to give us back that token in this timeline. And now the only thing we need, though, is 29, which is the bridge. No, it's not. 19 and 29. There we go. Okay. So there we have our bridge and villa that the maid gives us. The maid has given us great information, and she gives us the map, 44, to let us know there's the villa, there's the bridge where we're going to hit. Okay, then we ask about security. Can you help us get in? We check our highest and second highest, which is 5. We're not going to pay anything. So we go to 490, in which case she says, F off, I'm not going to help you. But she does tell us about the shift change. Circle S. At the villa. Okay. So here we are. It's night. Where did we hear about the empty house? I probably just glanced past it, but we were told about the empty house somewhere. Maybe we had that right up from the start. Okay, we have a bunch of skills, a bunch of tokens. Now is when we go to the empty house to get our explosives. At night. In the evening or at night? Has time advanced into night yet? I can't remember. Well, we know after going here it doesn't become morning, so I'll go here at night as long as time doesn't advance. We'll do through this quickly because we know basically what happens here, although we went for the machine gun. Okay, if the security level is 11 or below, which it actually is here. I'm not sure why we didn't bump it up to 12 this time. Add 1 advantage. I could have skipped over this. 2 or more agents to attempt to enter the house. Okay, we need stealth and we need awareness. I forget who exactly we sent last time, but it makes sense, I think, for us to send these two. 2 awareness both, stealth both. So you could imagine sending 2 or more. Okay, so those are our 2 that we're sending. You can't see it because it's not doing its job. Okay, those are the 2 we're sending in. $634. All right, we're almost there. I forget who we sent in last time. Okay, it says you wait until the clouds obscure the moon, then you make a move. DJ wants to argue we might still take the machine gun. Okay, let's talk about it let's wait till we have the choice, then we'll talk about it. The lowest stealth and the second lowest stealth is 3 plus 2 is 5. So that's our natural 5 plus. I think that's what we did last time too. And that brings us to 424. Carefully and silently, we cross the grounds. We enter the empty house. 684. Okay, so here's our decision. Let me just write it down. Okay, now we've got a choice which one to get. We're not going to be able to get both. Now you're going to try to convince me to take the machine gun again instead of trying a different path in this timeline. That's going to be a tough sell, but I'll hear it. It seems to me just because, I mean, if for no other reason than we took the machine gun last time, it feels like we should try the bomb this time. And DJ says, now that we know the machine gun works on the half track, We might want it for the bridge assault. We are better at guns than technical. Well, you have a good point that we are better at guns than technical. But let me make a counterpoint. My counterpoint is this. Our best gun is 3, and our best firearm is 3, our best technical is 2. So there's a 1 difference, right? But now look at the tokens we have. We have 4 skill tokens. So we actually have the ability to get our technical up higher than we have the ability to get our gun up. So I think for that reason, and because I'm just so curious to see how this works, I think we should try the explosives. I mean, I'd like to see how the machine gun works on the on the bridge too, but let's try this. Okay, DJ says I'm okay with trying something new. All right, explosives 577. All right, so this is where our timeline has now seriously branched off. We're now in a quantum leap, very different timeline here. Okay, if you want to search faster but make more noise, you can add up to 2 points to the security level. Oh, this is how our security level went up. Add the same number to your awareness. Check total awareness. So our total awareness is a 4. If we can just get 1 more, we'll get into this range. Surely that's what we should do. There's no way we're going to get ourselves up to 9. All right, so we're at 4 total awareness. We're going to spend 1. No, not. Well, we could actually use a token instead of this. But I think we should just add 1 for this. So we're going to go up to awareness, security level of 11 to add 1 more point to our awareness to get us in the 5. That gets us to 324. And then we can keep our skill token. Unless you remember some test that said it was exactly 11. But I don't think it was, I think it was above 11. So I think we're okay. Okay, 324. Oh, we had an advantage token. Let's use that instead. Now it's saying to throw it away. If we had remembered that, we surely would have used it. Okay. So we didn't have to bump our security. Okay, although you find the detonator quite quickly, it eventually takes you some time to uncover the TNT. Eventually, you find it concealed under a floorboard in the kitchen, along with the Delisle carbine. Draw equipment cards E4 and E7 and circle Z. So there was a real question about how do we get this carbine, and we just found it. So this is the last of the equipment. So we've seen every equipment card now. So we've got a long-range silence carbine. Sorry, it's not long-range. It's short-range, boosts you up by +1. But if you try to use it long-range, it's -1. Okay, but it is silence. And then we have this explosive, which we've never had before. It just says you could use it to detonate vehicles or structures. Once it's lit, there's a delay of 3 minutes, with a margin of error of about 15 seconds on either side. A good explosive expert could narrow this to 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, so that's extremely cool, but you can see the mechanic here. Like, you need to be very precise in timing. You might need to be an expert. Otherwise, it's more error prone when it's going to go off. So that's going to be important for us. Okay, if I is circled, it's not. So otherwise, we go to 294. No, that can't be right. That says end of encounter. I guess that is end of encounter. Okay, end of encounter, discard card 28. That's the empty house. It says, having obtained some useful items, you prepare to sneak from the house, but see there's a patrol in the area. You feel confident you can get past them and escape, but you might be spotted. Add 2 to the security level and advance time, or advance time 2. Okay, that was we were in this position before in our previous timeline. We chose to do this because we needed to get out of here at night. So that's what we are going to do again. So now we're up to 12 again, just like we were in our first playthrough. And time advances to evening. That's right. Okay, here we go now. Now things are getting interesting. We're going to try to ambush him at the bridge. So we're going to go there right now. We know he comes there in the morning. So this is where we're going to actually do the attack, but we're hoping to get there early and plant stuff and set up. So here's where we're going to go right now. 206. Okay, this is pretty serious, exciting time for us. We're not going to ever go to this villa. But we're in pretty good shape here. We've got lots of skill tokens. Okay, 206. From the bridge, you can see the distant lights of the villa on the hillside. Heidenreich will need to cross this bridge on his way back to town as dawn comes, presenting you with an opportunity for an ambush. Exactly what we were saying. However, unless you can somehow separate his car from its armored escort, it could be a very challenging fight. It says if Z is circled, which it is, turn to entry 304. Is Z when we got our explosives? Yes. Okay, this is exciting. You could plant TNT under the bridge, which would make an ambush much more effective. To plant the TNT, otherwise advance time. Okay, well, clearly we're planting the TNT. That was our whole strategy. 199. It's interesting that if you decide not to time advance, that's your little... Ooh, okay, look at this. There's a whole thing here. All right, let's see what it says. Discard equipment card E7. Okay, so it tells us to discard our TNT, but I'm going to keep it handy in case we want to, in case that's relevant. Cross out Z. It's no longer considered circled. That means we don't have the TNT anymore. Discard card 19 and draw 38. So that's our bridge. So it's no longer this normal bridge. It now gets swapped for a new card. 38. Oh, that's exciting. The bridge with the... You have planted TNT under the bridge, it says. Advanced time. It's now morning. Whoa. Okay. Pick a new action from the available action cards. Okay, well, we're here. So it's time to go here. It told us to get rid of the empty house, right? We couldn't go back and get the machine gun. Right? It did tell us to get rid of the empty house. It's tempting. But anyway, time would advance. We wouldn't want to do that. Okay, 388. Bridge in the morning. Okay, this is exciting. We're going to take a break soon as this encounter starts. A mist is draped over the hills, obscuring both Valion and the villa from view. With the TNT in place, you prepare your team for an ambush of Heidenreich. Start of encounter. Half-track Mercedes around the road. Okay. Let's get out this map and then we'll take a break here. So map 3.3. Okay, here is the ambush. There's the bridge. Here's Harry's coming from across the bridge. This is so exciting. Okay. And then it says, let's see, where can I put this? This is pretty exciting, this alternate timeline here. Let's see how badly this goes for us. Okay, let me just get everything set up here, and then we'll take a break before we do any planning. Okay, so we've got the half track and the Mercedes. Let's see, they're coming from this way. Presumably half track first. How can we do this better so you can see it? Okay, half track and Mercedes coming this way. Okay, and where does it say it wants us to put them? Put the half track at the bottom right and the large vehicles. Okay, so half track and Mercedes are going to be approaching from here. Okay. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back and then we will try to ambush him. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, 7 likes. I am very appreciative to have some company for this. It is kind of exciting to be in this. It feels like we're in an alternate reality where we're trying to kill this guy a different way. Now I say kill, but actually we'd like to still try to capture this guy. Marianne is dead, so she won't be interfering with our plans. But then again, she's not able to help us. All right. let's see what we've got here. Let me move this over here, and maybe we'll see if we can't get in so that we can look at these things. Okay. His vehicle will approach, Heidenreich's vehicle will approach from the bottom right of the encounter map with a half-track armored car in front, just as we suspected. Armored car up front, full of men, soldiers, and machine guns mounted on top. Half-track, that means half of it is a tank track and half of it is just wheels. I don't know which half is which. I suppose the tracks are probably at the back to make it able to more easily go over terrain. But maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the tracks are at the front. Does someone know? Let me know. Okay, they'll have to stop just before the bridge on the X. They'll have to stop. They're going to stop on their own here? Or we'll have to stop them. They'll have to stop just before the bridge on the X. Okay, now position C, which is right here, is the main assault position to get to Heidenreich. An agent at position C will also need to detonate the TNT. Okay, so based on our previous experience, like this one's doing all the work. These guys are not going to be helping out much. Okay, C is the main assault, and you have to plant the TNT. You will attempt to separate the half-track from Heidenreich's Mercedes by detonating the bridge as soon as the armored car is across. As the cars must cross the bridge one at a time at a slow pace, this gives you a window of perhaps 30 seconds in which the explosion needs to happen, which is feasible with a timed detonation. Okay, 30-second window. First this goes over. So this is interesting. It sounds like we're not going to try to blow up the bridge with the half-track on it, which would be my preference. But it sounds like maybe we can just separate this half-track over here. But boy, then we're condemning these two to die, I think. Let's see. 30 seconds. It makes sense they have to go over one at a time. It's an old bridge. The half-track is very heavy, so they can't both go over at the same time. Okay, so that's position C, main assault. 2 people have to be here. Position D, if you successfully separate the cars, any agents at D can use suppressive fire on the half-track to keep it from firing at C. I see. So even if the half-track gets separated, it's going to be firing its machine gun at us. So this person keeps it busy. Position B is long-range support. Line of sight on the likely location of both the half-track and the Mercedes. So B has line of sights on the half-track and the Mercedes, which have to stop here, but cannot suppress the half-track once it gets across. A could give early warning of Heidenreich's approach, increasing the chance of the explosion being timed accurately. They will then potentially be able to assist the agents at the main attack. So this is tricky. We have to have 2 here, which means we can't position every location. This is sniper only. It feels like this is the one we don't need. I suppose the theory is with our Lee Enfield rifle, you could get shots off at this person or the half track, but it feels like we could do without B. This is our main assault. These are the people who are going to capture Heidenreich. This person has to keep the half track busy. And we need someone at A to give us a better shot of getting the timing right. So we'd like someone with high awareness here and high technical skill here to plant the explosives. So I feel like Bernadette has 2 technical, 2 awareness, and 3 stealth. She's going to be our TNT planter. And then it feels like maybe Antoine with this 3 weapon is the guy we need to be able to shoot the guards of Heidenreich. A is not able to even use weapons at first. It's just early warning. So we want this person to have high awareness. And that's Odile. She's got a 3 awareness. So she's perfect for this position. And then here, I think we give up having someone at B, which is just long-range support. Instead, better to have someone to take care of the half track. And that would be Christian. So I'll put everyone in their place now. That. So something like this. We got our top technical person, Bernadette, to plant the TNT. She's got high stealth and awareness too. She's not good at shooting guns. So partnering her is the guy who's the best gun. We've got our top awareness person here with guns so they can come over here to help. Then we've got our good shooter here. And we have things to assign here. So the carbine is short range, gives a +1. And long range, well, he doesn't need both of these. And I guess we don't need anyone with both these. So we don't know if he's going to be well, I guess if we give him both, he can use long range, he can use the Lee Enfield. Short range, he can use the carbine. No one else needs a long range weapon. B is the only other location that could. So I say we give the carbine and the sniper rifle to D. But maybe we'd be better off giving the... Actually, we'd probably be better off giving the carbine to one of these people making the frontal assault. Give Green the rifle. So Christian has the rifle here, which he's going to use to shoot the half track. It says he can use both here, so hopefully that's good enough. And then we'll give the carbine to the assault team, presumably our best shot, which is Antoine. And then we'll give Bernadette the grenade. Give Bernadette the grenade and the med kit again, because there's two of them there, so she could use it on both of them. All right, what do you think about this plan? And I fully expect Christian to not survive this. I suppose if we really wanted him to survive it, we could give him the grenade. So I guess that's a question I have for you. Should we give Christian the grenade? John says, I might swap the carbine for D. Hard to know what the checks will be. So then maybe we'll give him the grenade. The reason I don't want to give Christian the carbine is the carbine is only good for short range. And I'm not sure if these shots are going to be considered short range, but here is certainly short range. So why don't we give then, to give Christian a better chance, let's give him the grenade. That will bump his firearms to +2. It makes sense to use the grenade against the half track rather than the assault. All right, we're giving Christian the best shot we can give him, short of giving him the med kit, but no one's using the med kit during the assault, I don't think. All right, I feel pretty good about this. I certainly feel better than I felt about the villa assault, but I don't know if that means anything. All right, what do you think? Are we okay here? Highest technical and stealth and awareness to plant the TNT. Highest natural shooting ability plus the carbine to do the frontal assault. This person whose job is to give early warning, that's Odile. She has the highest awareness. So she's got the best ability to time this right. And then our marksman with his rifle, his Lee Enfield, and his concussion grenade to take care of the half track. I think it's a good plan. I feel very good about it. Okay. So it told us to get rid of the detonator because we've already planted the explosives. But I'm just going to give it to Bernadette as a way of tracking that that's her job. Okay, and we have a whole bunch of skills we can use. All right, sign your agents to positions, which we have. Here come the convoy with the armored half track. We don't know how many people are in it, and the Mercedes close behind it. Okay, here we go. We see everything okay? As well as we can. Just to be able to get it so I can zoom in. Can it see these cubes here? I'm not sure it can. Yes, it can. Okay, fine. All right, here we go. If you have an agent at position A, 115. Position A is Odile, the spotter. From the ridge, you can see a good way along the road before it disappears into the trees. Beyond that, you can see the road again in the distance where it bends away out of sight. You know that just beyond that bend, the road splits. One branch leads left to the villa, which is hidden behind the trees. The other goes right to a small hamlet you can see on the hillside. Apart from a tractor at work near the hamlet, you see no movement for the first hour of your watch. All right, there's a little description of this road that curves in and out. I mean, we have this map here. Doesn't help us too much, but it doesn't matter. Nothing's being asked of us now other than to check awareness. Now, our awareness for Odile is a 3. That's what she's good at. In fact, take a look at her card. She's got binoculars on her card. So that's a 3. So I suggest we boost it up to a 4 with one of our 3 skill tokens. Don't you think? I mean, I want to use those skill tokens to set the timer of the TNT properly, but it feels like the better advantage we can get now, the better. Okay, we're going to spend 1 token to go from 3 to 4. So we go to 435. Not sure how it helps her to see better, but okay. You detect movement in the bend approximately 3 minutes from the bridge. An armored half-track, followed by a Mercedes. Quickly, you sound the alert. Add 2 advantage to position C. So that early spotting with that high awareness that we boosted gave us 2 advantage. So we spent 1 and we got 2 at position C. That's awesome. That seems like a good trade. Although it's not as flexible. Okay, so Odile did great. She did her job. She got us some advantage. 209. Here we go. Put the half-track token on the X just before the bridge. Put the Mercedes token behind it. Okay, so they have made it. They have made it to the X. The half-track's going to cross over here. Crouch down by the bridge. You prepare to ignite the fuse, counting the seconds on your watch to try to time the explosion perfectly. You hear the distant rumble of cars approaching. As they need to cross the bridge one at a time, it won't be too hard to separate the armored car from the Mercedes by destroying the bridge as soon as the armored car is across, which gives you a time window of around 30 seconds. However, it occurs to you that you could destroy the armored car by detonating the bridge while it is crossing. meaning capturing Heidenreich will be almost assured. However, to pull that off, your timing must be absolutely perfect. Detonate at the wrong time, and you could even leave both cars on the same side of the river, meaning capturing Heidenreich will be much harder. This is the wonderful moment. This is what we were hoping we'd be able to do, and now we have to decide if we're going to push our luck or not. So we can try to detonate as soon as it is across, or try to detonate it while it's on the bridge. Now, this is where we need to look at our TNT. Okay. Once it's lit, so baseline, anyone can light this, and they'll get a 15-second margin of error, which is not good enough. But if you are a good expert, you could get it right. So the question is, what skill do we need of technical to do this? Well, let's see what we could get ourselves. So we've got 2 advantage here that we can give to Bernadette, who's going to try to light the fuse. Her base technical is 2, so it's 1 less than max. So right now she's at 4. But if we also use these for 5, 6, 7, we can get her up to a 7. 7 seems really quite high. That feels like it's worth the risk. I feel like we could pull off a 7. I mean, I feel like a 7 would be considered a good expert. I mean, I feel like we got a good chance of taking the half track too, but I feel like this is the moment we've been planning for. I only wish we had told Christian, but Christian can get across the water. Like, if there's no half track, then he won't be able to help in the fight, but he'll be able to survive. So I think we could get a 7 here. I don't mean that. I should stop saying we could get a 7. We have the ability to go up to a 7. And I feel like a 7 for one person is pretty good. Now, if it says combine technicals, then we're not in such good shape because her partner only has a 1 technical. All right, let's go for it. Worst case, we're going to have to fight this half track on our own. All right, we're going to do it. We're going to try it. To try to detonate while it's on the bridge. Here we go. 252. We've got good spotters. We've got advantage. I think this is it. Okay, so half track goes on the bridge. See what we're going to need. Oh, this doesn't look good for us. Got greedy again. Okay. Check the highest technical at position C. All right. Well, if we could get it to 8, I think we might have pulled it off, but we can't. The best we can do is 7, which means there's no point in going even to the 7. Oh, that's a shame. Well, maybe we can maybe we're going to not get it right, but maybe we'll still split them. All right, well, we're going to spend our advantage 2. That brings her up to 4. And then we're going to spend 1 more token to get us to 5. No point getting higher than that, right? There's no way we could improve that. Oh, if we could only get to the 8, I think we would have had it. That's a shame. All right. Well, let's see what happens. 288. I mean, that's very high requirements. All right, let's see. Let's hopefully it won't be worse than just blowing it normally. Hopefully it'll just be like we separated them. The cars arrive at the bridge and come to a halt. The half-track rumbles forward and onto the bridge. You hold your breath. You wait for the explosion. Nothing happens. The half-track begins to roll off the other side. Then just before it's fully exited onto the road, the bridge erupts in an enormous explosion, sending a plume of rubble and dust into the air. You didn't destroy the half-track, but you managed to cause some damage and separate it from the Mercedes. Okay, so we did well enough that it's still a better outcome than if we just blew the bridge between the two. Okay, discard all advantage tokens. We spent them, so that's fine. Circle U. Move the half-track to the exit side of the river. Okay. So this is over there. It's gone off the thing. 3 red cubes on the half-track. All right, so we killed 2 of the people on that half-track. Four on the Mercedes. Well, we've got a whole 4-person escort in here, including him, I guess. All right, let's see what we've got here. So 4 on the Mercedes, 3 in the half-track. Half-track just made it to the edge before the bridge got blown up. Where's our little token here, meaning the bridge got blown up? Okay, now what? If the security level is 11 or higher, which it is, our security level is 12, so the Mercedes has a motorcycle escort, add 2 red cubes. Oh boy. Boy, that's a heavily protected Mercedes. What is the current security level? Okay, it's 9 to 13, so we add 1 more red cube to the half-track. All right, well, this is not going to be a walk in the park. But we've got good weapons for this. Now, next step. Next step asks, if you have agents at position B, we do. B, no, we don't. B was our long-range support. So B could have used sniper weapons. We don't, but we do have someone at D. So we go to 520. Okay, so this is Christian with his Lee Enfield. Only yards away from the half-track and German soldiers. Now is your time to support your fellow agents. You open fire. So he's firing a Lee Enfield, which is not noise suppressed. So we're adding some noise here to Christian's position. Remove one red cube from the half track. Okay, so just right away, he's shot someone in the head in the passenger seat. For every 3 points of firearm at D, remove an additional red cube from the half track. So his natural firearms are 2. But we can have him throw his grenade, which would bring him to 4. We could add 2 more to kill another, but I don't think we should. So 2 plus this gives us 4. And I think that's it. We could spend one of these to get him to 3 instead and save this, but I don't think that's smart. Let's use the guns that other people can use. Okay, so he throws his grenade into the half track and kills another one. Explosives went off. Okay, now it says turn to entry 598. Only 2 people on that half track. I don't think they're going to survive much longer. Heidenreich's personal security detail are well trained and well armed. They take up efficient defensive positions around the Mercedes, armed with rifles and submachine guns. This is at position C, our main assault. Nevertheless, you know it's time to act and you move to the edge of the trees and open fire. If your total firearms is 4 plus, okay, well, the nice thing is it is 4 plus because we've got his natural 3 and her 1. Total is 4. Remove 1 red cube from the Mercedes. Okay, so we hit the passenger. Then if U is not circled, we would drop a black cube. We don't know what that means. Maybe noise. But U is circled, so we don't have to drop anything there. If there are red cubes on the half track, which there are, we go to 316. Oh, shit. With a terrifying rattle, the half track's powerful machine gun spins into action. The half track will target any and all positions with a black cube. So the only person who has a black cube now is Christian, the person whose job it is to take out this half track. Okay, if no positions have a black cube, put one on C. Otherwise, if the half track is targeting one position, turn to entry 624. Okay, so this is Christian. It's only Christian. He's alone, and the half track has turned its fire to him, which makes sense because he's got his rifle, which let out a loud report. So they're firing at him. Turn to entry 624. I wonder if they're just going to kill him right off now. Hopefully he'll just get wounded. But we knew he probably wasn't going to make it. He probably wasn't coming home. Okay. This says targeted position. It's got a little icon that I don't think we've ever seen before. Targeted. Dirt and tree bark fly into the air around you as the onslaught of machine gun bullets begins. Give an injury to every agent at the targeted position with an awareness of 1 or 2. Okay, well, his awareness is 2. But we could, in fact, we'd have to if we wanted to avoid him getting killed. So this would give him an injury, and then because they're on the same side of the river, this would give him another injury. Pretty cool. However, that would leave him mortally wounded, but he would still be able to fight. However, we do have 2 skill tokens. We could use a skill token to boost his awareness to 3, which would avoid this injury. This would keep him alive. He'd still be injured. Let me just see something. Is it his firearms? So if he gets injured, his firearms drop down to 1. So I think because of that, we don't want him. Oh, I see. As soon as you get injured, his firearms are going to go down to 1. Question is, do we want to keep him from being mortally wounded enough to be able to kill these guys? I just don't think he's going to be able to kill both of them. But is it worth spending 1 of our 2 skill tokens to keep him alive for an extra round? Or is he doomed? I mean, one way to look at it is keeping him alive distracts the half track, even if it's just for 1 more turn. Like, even if he's gonna die anyway, he's keeping our main assault team alive. So I'd kind of be inclined to do it, since the half track is so dangerous. And maybe he's got a chance to defeat this half track. Probably not, but maybe. John says, if you want to spend the skill, it's okay with me. Okay, I am going to spend it. I'm going to keep him alive for 1 turn. Let's give him the opportunity. Maybe he can even save himself. Okay, so there's no one with an awareness of 1 or 2. So no wound here, but it's on the same river. So he's going to take an injury, which brings his firearms down to 1, which is not good. But maybe we can help him out. So at least he'll distract them for 1 more turn. All right, so we're removing the black cube on him. So the half track has no one to target anymore. If O is circled. All right, well, O is not circled. So otherwise 429. I mean, it feels like that was the right thing to do for Christian. If he's gonna die, the least we can do is let him try to have 1 more shot. Hopefully we won't need that skill. Oh, shoot. Heidenreich's Mercedes begins to reverse, trying to escape. You'll have to act fast if you're going to stop it. You'll need to take out the driver or shoot out its tires. Hitting the driver will be easier, but you might also hit Heidenreich, and your objective is to capture him alive. What do you aim for? Aim for the driver or aim for the tires? Okay, so the driver is easier, but you might also hit Heidenreich. Okay, so our shooter here has got a 3. So he's a good shot. And we have skill tokens to get up to 5. But this seems like an easy decision for me. Like, if we miss the tires, he gets away. If we miss the driver and we kill him, what can you do? Little spilled milk. But better to take the risk of killing him than letting him get away. Surely. Although you could imagine if you hit the driver, someone else could get in the driver's seat. DJ Moneycut says, we've already had the partial success. I want to capture him. But don't you think we could, if we've got enough skill to hit the tire, don't we have enough skill to avoid the driver? My worry is his car is full of other people. I'm worried that if we shoot the driver, someone else could get in the driver's seat and we'll just have to do it again. We're going to capture him. We're going to capture him. But I don't think we should be... Let's play it a little bit safe here. I mean... he drives away, we're going to be very angry. We're good enough to shoot out the tires. Surely we're good enough to not hit him, don't you think? All right, let's have a vote. I'm willing to go with the audience choice here. I don't have a super strong feeling about this. All right, so vote for driver or vote for tires. We have a firearms skill. Actually, we've got the carbine. So actually we have a 3 + 1 + 2 skill tokens. So we should be able to get up to 6. Six seems pretty high. All right, but it looks like it's driver. Hey, there's another advantage for going for driver. I just realized. Okay, we're going for the driver. What's the other advantage of going for the driver? Who can tell me? What's the other advantage of going for the driver? One less guy. Exactly right. Exactly right. Okay. So, to aim for the driver, turn to 692. Let's just hit this driver. Hopefully we won't kill him. Although if we do, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. That's pretty cool. Look at this. To unleash your full firepower at position C, even though you might kill him, turn to 367. To carefully target the driver only, turn to 430. Okay, so I see a little bit of a miscalculation problem on our part. Like, I was thinking we would check his firearm skills, but I wonder if this is going to check awareness. Now, our shooter here has 1 awareness, so it's very bad. I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't say add firearms and awareness. You have to assume that this is going to kill him. Like if we just fire like mad, surely we're going to kill him. So the question is, should we try to be careful? Are we all okay with 430? I think it's great that we have this choice. It's very cool. This is like going for the tire though, but all right, 430. I feel like this might even be higher than the tire. All right, we're going to 430. Let's hope we don't regret it. Because I don't want to have to jump back into this time stream. All right, well, it looks like we caught a break with this test. It says, check the highest firearms at sea. Well, this is a no-brainer. We're a natural 3. So we didn't even have to use the carbine or any of our tokens. 512, but let's see what happens. You hit the driver, bringing the car to a stop, but you can't be sure whether or not you hit Heidenreich. If X is circled, X is not circled. I thought it was, but it's not. So otherwise, 272. Huh. That is an interesting situation. 272, huh? Okay, your objective is to capture Heidenreich, if possible. To achieve that, some of you will need to move around the Mercedes while others provide covering fire. Alternatively, you could assault the car directly, aiming to kill him. We're trying to capture him, right? Surely we're going to capture him. That was the whole point of this. 168. I'm not even having a vote. We're all on the same page. We're trying to capture him. We've got suppressive fire abilities. The longer this goes on, the better we are because we're isolated here out in the country. Some agents will provide supporting fire. Others will loop around to the far side of the Mercedes to try to capture him. If you have an agent at position A, which we do, select them to try to capture Heidenreich. Okay, that's Odile. I guess I put this on Odile. Select agents at position C. You must have at least 1 agent with each color. So one is going to provide supporting fire and one is going to try to capture him. Well, this is an interesting decision here. So I guess let's talk about it for a second. So the car is still full of 3 people in the car and 2 motorcycle support agents. So this person is going to try to capture Heidenreich. That's Odile. She's got 2 firearms, 3 awareness, 2 influence. So she's pretty good shape to capture. But then the question is, who do we, of these two, Antoine and Bernadette. Antoine is our shooter. He's got a 3 natural shot plus a carbine. And Bernadette is terrible at shooting. So it seems like Bernadette should try to capture, and our guy with the carbine and good firepower is the one who should be shooting in suppressive power, right? Suppressive fire. So this person is responsible for distracting everyone with gunfire. These two are going to try to sneak in, grab him, and get him out. I think that makes sense. Any objection? The only thing we have any choice of is if we want this guy to go into capture and her to provide supporting fire, but that doesn't really make sense. Okay, 678. We've done our selections. You step into the fray. This is Antoine with the carbine providing supporting fire. You step into the fray knowing you need to give it your all. You can either focus on killing guards or on drawing their attention away from your fellow agents. Either remove 1 red cube from the approach side of the river or add 1 advantage token to the team pool. Then, for every 3 points of firearms of your blue agents, remove a red cube or add an advantage. So we can either kill one of these or add an advantage. And then for every 3 points of firearms, which is just a 3, we can do the same. So there's 5 red cubes in the Mercedes. Let me move the half track up here. Or take advantage. If we went with removing cubes, we could remove 2 cubes. Unless we use both of our firearms tokens, then we could move 3. But then we'd have no firearms tokens. So 1 would be killing guards, 1 would be drawing their attention away so our people could come in. I mean, it feels like splitting it might be the smart thing to do. So remove 1 red cube and give ourselves 1 advantage. Or is it better to remove the soldiers? tricky. Or we could use both of our firearms tokens and get rid of 3. We have 1 skill token left. So we're going to get rid of 1 cube, or we get 1 advantage. Then for every 3 parts of firearms, we can get rid of a cube. That would give us no advantage, but get rid of 2. But we're actually at 4 firearms, so with another 2 firearms, we could get rid of 1 more soldier, leaving only 2. But then we would have no firearms tokens and no advantage tokens. It's tough. It feels like the more soldiers we take out here, the easier their job should be of getting him out. So on one hand, I feel like they don't need it. They don't need the advantage. On the other hand, if the mission is really to capture him, maybe we need to be more careful and get that advantage. They're not distracted. They will shoot our capture party. Well, distracting is a sort of symbolic thing. Getting advantage is acting like distracting. Awareness, they have pretty good awareness. They don't have good, they have pretty good stealth, sort of. Well, why don't we split the baby a little bit? Let's take 1 advantage for our team for the first one. And then for every 3 firearms, remove a red cube. So we're going to generate 3, 4, 5 with our 2 tokens. Then we've got 1 advantage that we can use flexibly. I think that might be the way to go. Okay, let's do it. Just to double check, we're using the carbine. Yes, we are. 3 plus 1 from the carbine, that's 4. And then 5, 6 gives us 2 sets of 3, which allows us to remove 2 cubes. Okay, and then if U is circled, it is. And there are red cubes on the half track. There are. We go to 636. So now the half track is going to fire at us. This is not going to be pretty. I think they might not fire at Christian, though. They might fire at us. The half track trains its guns on you. Trains its gun on you. Thankfully, it's nearer. It's harder for it to hit you from the other side of the river. But avoiding the rain of metal still isn't easy. Give an injury to every blue agent with an awareness of 1. And then if there are 4 red cubes on the half track, which there aren't, it would gain another injury. So blue does have an awareness of 1. So if we want to avoid him getting an injury, we'd have to spend a skill token. And then we're going to do the same to a yellow agent, which would be Bernadette. These two are together now, assaulting trying to get him out. So here's my thinking. We could use an advantage or a skill. In fact, we could do both of them to avoid an injury for both of these people. But I don't think we should. I think we should let them both get injured. I think we're too close to completing this mission. And I think better to be injured and have enough skill tokens to complete it than be fully healthy and not be able to pass the test. So I suggest that we let them take their injuries. If Bernadette gets injured, she loses a technical. I don't think we care about that. However, if Antoine gets injured, his gun drops from a 3 to a 2. So you could make the case that having him at his 3 might be worth 1 skill token. It's like a gun token. Yes, maybe it is. Maybe it is worth it to protect him from injury. Because a gun token is more valuable than a skill token. Probably. All right, let's do it. Let's keep him alive by using a skill token to boost his awareness to 2, which protects him from taking an injury. All right, we're going to do that. Okay, next check. If there are red cubes on the Mercedes, which there are, 536. Not many, though. Let's hope that's enough for us to be able to pull this off. Okay. Hide and Rice guards around the Mercedes open fire with submachine guns. For every 3 red cubes on the Mercedes, give an injury to one of your blue agents. So, thank God we didn't let him. Well, I shouldn't say that. He would have been mortally wounded, but maybe we should have let him die because now he lost his firearms. Okay, well, anyway, Antoine just got shot with some machine guns. So he did get injured after all. We tried our best to save him from being injured, but he did just get injured. And now, check the lowest stealth of our yellow team. The lowest stealth is a 1. Oh, that's bad. We can't even pump it up to 3. All right, 471. I really hope this isn't the end of our attempt to capture him. Maybe they'll just get hit by some gunshot. So for our yellow team, Heidenreich's guards spot you as you make your way around the Mercedes and open fire. How many red cubes are there on the approach side of the river? Luckily, we're in the 1 to 3 category, just barely, because we took some off. 632. Boy, this is getting tense and scary now, just like before. Anything could happen here. The guards fire on you, hitting you just as you reach the Mercedes. Give an injury to any one yellow agent. Okay, so we have a choice here. And then we smash the passenger window. V and W are circled, which they aren't. Neither of them are. All right, so help me make a decision here. What yellow agent we're going to injure? So if we look at our people, we could kill Bernadette, or we could injure Odile, and then everyone's injured. But not kill Bernadette, just mortally wound her so she wouldn't survive. Feels like thematically we should probably injure Odile, right? Her awareness will drop to 2. John says, I'd mortally wound Bernadette in case there's an entry that wounds both. You're saying that if we wound Odile and then get something else that wounds 2 people, they'd both die. But if we mortally wound Bernadette and then get something, we can put the wound on Odile. If they both get mortally wounded, he probably escapes. Oh, that's tricky though. I hate to kill off Bernadette. She's like the best member of our team. I hate to kill her if we don't have to, and we feel like we're so close. We're so close. Bernadette got rescued. If Odile gets injured, she's gonna drop her awareness down. Oh no, her firearms drop down. You could make a counter argument though, Jonathan, that if we kill Bernadette and then we get a half-track thing that says kill a yellow agent. No, then I guess we could kill Bernadette. Even if she's mortally wounded. All right, I'm going to let the audience vote on this, however many people want to. However many people want to vote that are there, but I'm very much split. I kind of feel like for thematic reasons, I'd like to give Bernadette a chance to live. I don't know if she will live. That would mean giving an injury to Odile. But on the other hand, not everyone's going to make it out alive out of this thing. So I think trying to be too sympathetic for one, and the object is for one person to survive. So maybe it would be better for us to try to get one person out alive, which would be Odile, and figure everyone should sacrifice for Odile. And there is something to be said to keep for keeping Odile's firearms at 2, whereas Bernadette. All right, I think Jonathan's convinced me. It would be better for Odile to have a 2 firearm than for everyone to have a 1 firearm. All right, we're going to kill Bernadette. We're going to mortally wound Bernadette. I'm sorry, but this mission is too important. I don't want to drop. That was a good question by Buddha about what happens if Odile gets wounded. Her firearms drop to 1. We can't have that. It's too risky. So we're going to mortally wound Bernadette. She's not coming home from this mission. Maybe when she was captured, the moment she was captured, she knew she was never coming home from France. So she's made peace. All right. Give an injury to 1 yellow agent with an awareness of 1. Oh, we couldn't do that. Wait a minute. No one has awareness of 1 who's a yellow agent. No one has to take the wound. That whole discussion was moot. Blue took the wound because he had awareness of 1. Give an injury to any 1 yellow agent with an awareness of 1, but both of them have high awareness. That's partly why we put them on this mission. So this whole discussion was moot. They're both fine. But wait, Bernadette is already wounded from before. She's just not mortally wounded now. Let's hope we didn't mess that one up. All right. If there are red cubes on the Mercedes, there are 536. All right. Sorry about that. Should we take a break or keep going? Wait a second. We're back to this? 536. We came from 536. Is it happening again? 632. No, I must have. Sorry. Sorry, I read the wrong thing. This was the item we were on, which just says given injury. All right, we're back to killing off Bernadette. Sorry. I just misplaced myself. Okay. So 632 forces us yellow agent. You smash the back passenger window with the butt of your gun. V and W are circled no. Otherwise 629. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. As the glass falls away from his window, Heidenreich fires from the back seat. Give an injury to any one yellow agent with awareness of 1 or stealth of 1. And then if all yellow agents are mortally wounded, otherwise 257. Well, we have another choice to make. So Odile has a stealth of 1 and awareness of 3. We do have an advantage token, so we could keep her from getting injured by spending our advantage. Or we could just let her get injured and preserve an advantage. Jonathan is afraid everyone's going to get killed, huh? But what if we need... What if we need this advantage? I mean, does she really need to be full health? But if she took one more, it would be all over. Okay, let's spend our advantage. Because she could get shot once more, and then she would die, and then it would be all over. All right, so we spent that to bump her stealth up to 2, which prevents her from taking an injury. Now, they're not all mortally wounded, so 257. Let's hope we don't regret this. 257. If we need a skill, it's all over. We still got 3 people in this car. I'm not sure we're going to get out of this. You train your guns on Heidenreich and open the car door. Realizing he has no choice, he drops his pistol and surrenders, emerging from the car as your captive. Now you need to get away with him into the woods as quickly as possible. I hope we don't need stealth. If there are red cubes on the approach side, which is the Mercedes, there are. Entry 507. So they're going to take some shots at us as we're running away. Let's see what happens. This could be the finale right here. Oh, this is bad. You will try to sneak away with Heidenreich, but it won't be easy. Check the lowest stealth of the yellow agents. All right, well, we can't get ourselves up to 5, so that's not even a question. We're at 1. So 423. So there's no getting around that. They're going to put a bullet in us, but maybe they'll only be able to put in 1 bullet. You creep towards the trees, hoping support from your fellow agents can help you get to safety. If you have an agent at position B, we don't. For every 2 points of total firearms of blue agents, remove 1 red cube from the approach side of the river. Our blue agent, which is Antoine, used to be a natural 3. He's now a natural 2, but he still has his carbine. So he can kill 1 of these red cubes. If we had an advantage, we could kill 2 of them. Maybe this will be enough. Probably not, though. All right. How many red cubes are on the approach side of the river? If we had injured Odile, we would be able to get this down to 1. But we spent it on her. So we have to read this entry 619, which is not being zoomed because of that. Okay. Here we go, 619. This is not going to be pretty, but there aren't that many soldiers left. But what about the half track? The remaining soldiers concentrate their fire on you. Give an injury to the yellow agent with the lowest awareness. Okay, so that was Odile. And this is why Jonathan had us kill Bernadette, because otherwise Odile would now be dead. Or, no, I guess Bernadette could be killed now. Anyway, okay, so we have to give an injury to Odile. Now, everyone has been injured. And everyone is terrible at shooting. If all yellow agents are mortally wounded, they're not. We still have 1 who's alive. If L is circled, L is not circled. Otherwise, 354. Okay, we're either going to escape now or I'm just looking at the chat talking about agent in B. It does make sense, B, because look, B is a sniper who's overwatching here. So if we had someone at B, he is able to fire into here. Okay, so 354. This is either going to be us getting wounded and escaping, or we're going to face the half track and then we're going to be in trouble. 354. With adrenaline propelling you, you reach the trees and push on to the rendezvous point with the Marquis. In a woodland glade, you throw Heidenreich into a van and speed away, while 2 other similar vans head off in different directions as decoys. Soon, you're far away with a high-ranking member of the Gestapo as your captive. How amazing is that? How amazing is that? Our entire team wounded. Bernadette, who was captured in Mission 1, held prisoner of war, knew she was never getting home from France, sacrificed herself so that her teammate could finish the job and get this guy out. Amazing. That was a serious battle at the end. It was hard to know when it was going to end, if we were going to survive it. We were on death's door. We got Christian out alive too. That was some good teamwork. Okay, let's see our score here. Primary objective is a success. Secondary objective is a success. Turn to 599. That was just amazing. All mortally wounded agents succumb to their wounds and never leave the Vallée des Vaillants. Mark them as killed on your team sheet. Okay, so RIP. Rest in peace. Our most valuable agent, Bernadette, who did not make it out of France alive. Bernadette Lafontaine, born 4 November 1907. The most stealthy one. Our most valuable agent. She will not be forgotten. We'll put a star on the wall for her. Stories will be told about her by the resistance. Okay. If any of your 4 active agents survived, they did. Secondary objective is success. If you're playing the campaign, 600. This is our normal 600. Let's calculate our score now. So from our previous sheets, we know that mission 1 is our 15. That's our 20. Mission 3, 30 points for success. 10 points for our second objective. That's 40. And then 10 points because we didn't have to open envelope X. Total score 50, 75. That can't be right. That's what we got last time. Oh, yeah. 50 plus 35 is 85. Okay, sorry. There's our 85 score. Now, in the weeks following your mission, if you had a success in the primary objective in mission 3, below 95. Oh, look, this is the most amazing outcome you can have, but we got very close. 85, 523. Okay, let's read our epilogue here. The days following Heidenreich capture were tense and uncertain. While many in Moret felt a sense of relief at the removal of the dreaded Gestapo commander, others felt a surge of trepidation, dreading potential retaliation. As the German forces started to crack down on the local population, trying to identify everyone who assisted the operation, the Maquis went into hiding. Led by Jacqueline Aubin, They continued to launch sporadic attacks, sabotaging supply routes and disrupting communications, but struggled to make a significant impact. Many of them were discovered and taken by the Gestapo, along with hundreds of innocent locals who were simply suspected of involvement with the resistance. However, elsewhere, in a secret location, Heidenreich underwent intense interrogation. The Gestapo commander eventually gave significant information about the German strategy in Moret and along the coast of Normandy, where he had previously been stationed. And while the Marquis of Moret lay low, the Allies used this intelligence in forming a plan to liberate France from German control, a plan that would lead to the events known as D-Day. What became of Heidenreich following his interrogation is unknown, but his capture, although a single event in a vast conflict, had far-reaching effects, helping to facilitate one of the most significant military operations in history. That was a real success. Pretty amazing. And what teamwork. I am so surprised that you guys showed up for this. What looked like it was going to be a very dry and boring act of looking through stuff that we didn't encounter, but instead we jumped in time and then we went full bore on our bridge explosion. We tried to blow up the armored half-track. We missed it, but we wounded it. Christian was across the bridge getting shot to pieces. But our 3 people who remained came together, worked as a team. Really, really good work. All right, well, why don't we do our normal thing? I'm not sure how much time we want to spend talking about it. But let's take a 3-minute break, come back. I'd like to really mainly hear from you guys about your thoughts on this experience. Any thoughts on the game? I'll have to record my review soon. But I feel like I just want to bask in this success for a while. I don't have that much to say. But we'll take a 3-minute break. Is that what I said? No, it's been an hour and a half. We take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. I want to hear your thoughts if you're still awake. I'll see you in 5 minutes. We're back. You're here for the 4th hour of our replay through of Mission 3, at least parts of Mission 3 from War Story Occupied France. A very special session tonight. I know only a couple of people have been with me for this whole campaign, but it really feels like we got our redemption here. It feels fun. It almost is better this way, that we had to work harder. I'm curious to see what you guys think of the experience as a whole. Marco says it is significant. The system doesn't subtract points for killed agents. They're all expendable for the cause as long as the missions are successful. Feels very real. Jonathan says it was fun. It was a fun, different battle scene. Interesting that it didn't lead to a long discussion of where to position people like we usually have. It did work just about perfectly for us. Tough choices down to the very wire. Yeah, this battle, you couldn't ask for too much more than this. It was very tense. There were very tough decisions, very thematic. It felt very cinematic, and we almost all got killed. It felt like at any moment it was going to slip away from our grasp, slip out of our grasp, whether it was him escaping, getting killed. Really remarkable experience with a nice happy ending. The feel of planning was, it really was interesting how quickly we came up with a plan here. Compared to the assault on the villa, just felt like we were behind the 8 ball right from the start. Like we knew right from the planning stage that we were not well equipped to tackle that villa. Whereas it felt like we had the right team for this job. And the other thing that was so special about, so nice about this, is it feels like it addressed really the main complaint I had about the attack on the villa, which is that very quickly this team teamed up with this team, and they were able to work together to solve a thing. And that was my main complaint about the previous thing, that we never got that. We just basically had one agent doing everything. Here, it was fun for them all to work together. And it felt fun for this guy too. He had an important job. This was a very cool narrative thing. This person was like, well, I may not survive this. His whole job is to distract the half-track with its machine gun. And this thing was deadly. It was like, kill, kill, kill. It was seriously, I mean, these missions feel epic. These encounters just go on, and they're brutal, but you feel like the real tension is real here. DJ Moneycut says, my main complaint would be that the skills weren't balanced in their usefulness and power. I would have liked more chances to win a mission without fighting. Jonathan says, I do sort of agree. To me, the game feels like it is really all about these battles and setting them up. Jonathan says, overall, I do think we have a pretty unique experience with this group where we have these hour-long prep debates. I'm not sure if the average group would spend nearly as much time on it. I do think it helped add weight and tension. Buddha says, I enjoyed it a lot. DJ Moneycut says, yeah, a beginner group would have had a hard time here. I wonder, I mean, it's hard to know how much the planning and talking helps you make better decisions. It certainly makes these much more enjoyable sessions for me to be able to have these long debates back and forth with this group. I don't know if it leads to better decisions. It certainly sometimes does, and helps us not overlook something. But boy, this game does a really good job of making these decisions feel weighty. Like I always feel like no matter what decision, using a token, whether to shoot the tires or the driver, are just like agonizingly tense. You feel like one mistake and the guy's going to escape or get killed, or he will get killed. Everything feels dangerous here. Now, I do think this point about, is it all about combat, or could you use tokens to avoid combat? I don't think I completely get what you're saying. I don't, it's not that I disagree. I just don't know if that seems very hard to do. Like, we've already got what feels to me like a little bit of a miracle here that this system works. And I do think part of why it works is these very tight combat. And I think it would be hard to try to make this game always offer multiple ways to solve problems, some not involving shooting. There is some advantage to having a tight design where you know that this is good, that shooting is going to be a major component here. I don't think you could fix it all in one game. I think this might be one of these cases where it's good to have different games. Some rely on shooting, some don't, and I think it might be asking too much to try to make one game where you could tackle all these things in different ways. Marco says, I still have the feeling we had a chance to win the villa battle after all. Well, I'm sure there were different ways. Well, yes, we did some inefficient things. It seems very clear to me that we could have captured him and gotten out if we made a couple better decisions in terms of placement of people and use of tokens. We absolutely could have accomplished the villa mission and captured him. It was fun to be able to try multiple things. We didn't even go into the town hall. That's a third completely different way you could tackle this mission, right? A completely separate battle. In fact, it looks like if you go into the town hall, spoilers, it's a double map. Ground floor, upper floor, battle in the town hall, completely different experience. Jonathan says, as someone who's not super into the military war theme, I would like to see some version of this system integrated into a bigger campaign game where the battles were more their own chapters. Yeah, well, Dave Neal has said that it took them like 4 or 6 years to build this system up, but that now that it's built, there's likely to be follow-up games. Wouldn't be too surprising. Dave Neal seems to like to hop on these different genres and then sort of pioneer them and then maybe move on. So maybe we'll get follow-up games by different people using this system. Although this is Dave Neal and David Thompson, the Undaunted guys. So really this was a superstar team, an all-star team did this. But I would love to play more of these. And I agree, it would be nice to have one that was maybe a little more leaning into the spycraft, not just the fighting. Derek Brenner says, hey, great game. Quick question, didn't mean to interrupt, but when are we going to do another Deadbolt Mystery Society? Yes, I'd be up for playing some more Deadbolt Mystery Society games soon. In fact, we'll surely be playing some during Halloween, during October. This channel likes to play super scary, creepy, supernatural type games over Halloween, some deluxe ones. We have a couple deluxe ones planned, but I think we'll surely be playing a Deadbolt or two. If you want to help us decide what games like that to play, you can hop over to the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. I don't know who I'm talking to. There can't be many people here that aren't listening to me, but there's a thread that Jonathan started about Halloween games. Buddha says, I really enjoy going through different paths for different outcomes, add a whole new dimension to the game. John says, following up on his other idea, you could use the system for a SWAT raid as a special chapter in a more deduction-based FBI game. Boy, that's an interesting idea. I think you're absolutely right. A SWAT team based tactical thing based on this system is a very smart idea. Set in a broader detective, deductive, tracking down the criminals. Jonathan is so good with these ideas. That's a brilliant idea. DJ Moneycut says, I think you mentioned in an earlier episode that the game could implement some adjustments for difficulty. That would be a good addition to the future. I do not know why that is not done here. That seems like a trivially obvious house rule. You want to make it easier, you start out with a couple extra tokens. I'm not sure why that wasn't put in the book, except maybe just a design philosophy. But yes, that makes absolute sense. And you could do this. This is a kind of a legacy game like a campaign. It very much makes sense to say maybe for each, if you do poorly in mission 1, give the people an extra token to start off mission 2. That makes sense to me. Every dead agent, you start out with an extra token. Have a little balancing. Jonathan says, let's not forget to look at the Envelope X agents. Jonathan says, maybe they're available to rebalance difficulty. Well, I think that seems like, yes, they must be. But don't forget that that's an odd choice, because what you're saying is that if 3 of your best agents get killed, you don't get help. Like you've lost your agents that are, maybe you've picked them because they're the most valuable. Only when they all die do you get new helper agents. That seems unlikely to ever actually kick in. So, okay. So the rules for Envelope X say, do they say that if 4 die, you open it, or if all 8 die, you open it? I think it's if 4 die. Where am I going to find that, though? Where is the rule on... Well, it's either when they all die or when you don't have enough to make a team of 4. Marco says, the authors seem more inclined to realism than balance. I like it. I think that's a really interesting point because it goes against my sort of inclinations. But I think you're right. The decision in this game was it's okay to have choices that lead to terrible outcomes because that's the nature of war and life. And rather than worry, it feels like they didn't worry that much about balance, but there's clearly some to say that they're not worried about balance at all is absolutely wrong. You can't get a game like this that works so well. Jonathan says, I do wish the rule about lowest skill with groups was a little clearer. I'm pretty sure that you have to boost everyone up, but I'll tell you what, I do think they could lean a little bit more into giving you some advance notice about some way to anticipate what was coming up. The one complaint I would have is that there were a bunch of places where it felt like the game would have improved if we had had a better clue about what was coming up. Whether that was the minefield or the maid poisoning people instead of letting us in the door, etc. I think a little bit more foreshadowing of what an option would lead to would be beneficial. Okay, let's look at the X cards. So X cards are for if your agents die or just for more enjoyable replayability. So let's see what they look like. There's 4 of them and a card here. Add the agents in this envelope to your agent pool. They're available for use in all future missions of your campaign. If resetting the game, make sure to return 4 agents to the envelope. So what it said about resetting is if you wanted to play the whole campaign again, you should pick 8 agents as your available pool and then play through the campaign with those 8 available to you. So you shouldn't be picking from 12. You should be picking from 8, even if you restart. Okay. Let's see who we've got here. Gilbert Hugo, 1 firearm, 1 awareness, 3 influence, 2 stealth, 2 technical, and he's tough. He begins with a special ability. If he takes an injury and he still has the special ability, discard it instead of taking the injury. So he can take 3 injuries before he dies, basically. Or another way to say it is his first injury is free. It doesn't even hurt him. And when he does take his injury, he goes down in stealth. But boy, 1 firearm, that sucks. Okay. Then we've got Ozan Maurice. Maurice Ozan. 2 firearms, 2 awareness, 1 influence, 2 stealth, 2 technical. He's a tactician. He begins with a special ability token. At the start of an encounter, you can discard the special ability to add 1 advantage token to the team pool. All he does is add an advantage during an encounter. That does not sound that good. Once. I'd like it better if he did it at every encounter. Then I would go for it. So far, these people don't seem that useful to me. I mean, they don't seem clearly better. Okay, let's see. Irene Joret. 2 firearms, 1 awareness, 2 influence, 1 stealth, 1 technical. Quick draw. Begins with 3 firearms tokens. Irene can only use firearms tokens from her card when using the Well-Ride pistol. That's pretty good. She's the opposite of Christian. He's got 3 firearms, but he can only use them for his rifle. She can only use them for his Well-Ride quick draw. That's pretty cool. Okay. Helene Reverdine. 1 firearms, 2 awareness, 1 influence, 2 stealth, 3 technical. She's a technical person. She's a lone wolf. She begins with 1 firearm and 1 skill token. She can't use skill or firearms from the team pool. Okay. Still, oof, well, firearms, that's tricky. But you could take her as your technical person. I don't know. Boy, that's risky. Because using those team tokens are how we really get someone boosted up high sometimes. She's going to max boost out with 1. I don't love that. Well, I can't say any of these really make me want to play them, to be honest. I feel like we had a really good team we took in the end. And they all get wounded in various ways. Awareness, firearms, stealth. All right. Well, I had a blast. I had a blast. Any final thoughts before we end the stream here? Probably not. Everyone's spoken. We saw every weapon. There are cards we didn't see. You know what? Let me not. I don't think we need to do this, but let me see how many cards we didn't see, just so you guys have some idea. I would say there are about 17 cards here that we never saw, and maybe 5 or 6 battle map cards that we didn't see. Out of maybe 44 cards. 17 out of 44. That's not quite accurate. It's more like 17 out of 60, but a substantial chunk. And there had to be a substantial chunk in the storybooks that we didn't read. Jonathan says, what was your favorite battle? I guess I'd go with clearing the hotel prison in Mission 2 and probably that final bridge battle. The hotel prison was pretty epic. That was the one where we cleaned the first floor. We had to move on. Second floor, third floor, then second half of the third floor. It just kept going on and on. That was pretty cool. I think for me, it was this battle, though. I think this bridge battle, but maybe it's just because it was so, the lead up to this was so substantial and because we got such a good outcome. But the prison was great too. That prison one was totally optional. I guess as was this too. Like you could play through this campaign and not have done those things. Pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Nothing tomorrow, but on Sunday we'll be playing the third letter of Dear Holmes. And let's give some thought about what to play next. I'll try to record a review of War Story before I forget it. Some options would be starting the Time Stories series. We could play the other Masters of Crime game. You might notice no one has mentioned there's another new box behind me here of a game called I can't see it here. What is it called? The Crypto Killer. I was kind of thinking of playing that submarine game. We still have to play Razorhurst Blood Alley. Boy, it just never ends. All right. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you all next time.